Sit back, relax, and let the dulcet tones of James May guide you safely into a deep slumber. Sorry, to your destination. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, I drove for 13 hours the other day and not a crash, and obviously the trucks ended up off the road. Now presumably we're going in the same direction, but that's exactly what happened there. Lost all connection, and it's... what the hell's happened here? Where are we stuck? Yep, 13 hours I drove in the first part of this trip, and not a problem. And suddenly, after all this time, we just died. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. We're looking for a resting place, and how few and far between they are in the jungle, I don't know, because we're heading right up through the Amazon at the moment and crossing, I dare say, all its tributaries. Now remember what I said about the twisty, well, I think most of this top end of the map is all twisty roads. We don't really want to be doing this in the dark, because it does get quite tricky and tight, as it will do if we're doing it in the daylight with traffic. Move my mouse out of the way. Now I can see, I thought I saw a resting place up ahead. Of course, again, the worst thing about doing, especially when you get into the mountains and things like that, the worst thing you do is drive it at night, because you don't get to see the landscape and the scenery, and that's what I like to see. I thought I saw a resting place. I'm obviously hallucinating. Right, so it's is that almost 11 o'clock at night. It's a long climb uphill. Well, here's a town up ahead, or a village, or whatever it is. That looks like it might be a fuel station. Certainly I can see a resting place, not sure what side of the road it's on. Looks like where the hell is it? Is it somewhere in there? Oh, I'm not getting in there. That's the worst thing about doing it at night. You can't really see where you're going as soon as you turn off the road. Well, I think that's a garage in there. No, it's not. It's a company. There's something up ahead on the left. What the hell's that? I can't see the symbol. I've got the lights shining in my room. Is that a fuel station? Yes, it is. That'll do. So we're going to have to do a U-turn into it. That'll do. We'll have a rest there. Top the tank up. Almost midnight, so it'll be about, what, 9 o'clock in the morning again when we get up on the road. Right, so that's yeah, 20 minutes to midnight, so it's going to be about 9 o'clock, round about that time. Hopefully it's dry and sunny, and then we can see a lot better not only where we're going, but what the countryside looks like round about us. A couple of signs across the road here. I think is this a border? It might be. And it's either going to be the Colombian or the Venezuelan border. If it is a border, I always like to find out. Well, that's the Brazil flag. Now, Venezuela is... Right, that's a confirmation of that. I don't know what that says. Hello, something at La Aduana Principal Ecologica. Right. On we go. So we're now entering Venezuela. That's us finally left Brazil, and we won't be back in Brazil. Barcelona's right at the top. I know there's a Barcelona in Spain, but there is a Barcelona in Venezuela as well. Caracas is the capital. I don't know whether we're going to go through Caracas. We'll certainly probably be near it. We might go through it, I'm not sure. But now expect a lot of twisty roads coming up. But at least we get to see everything. Well, we've done around about 600 miles on mostly straight road from when we come out the jungle in Brazil, but there won't be an awful lot of straight roads from here on in. There's a loony trying to overtake. He's worse than me. Well, this is a straight bit of road, but for how long? Well, we'll make the most of it and get the foot down. That seems like a good idea. Pretty wild looking country out here as well. But it does get more interesting. Still over 2,000 miles to go. Got to look for a way to get past this car and truck and whatever else is there. This might be a good time. We can get the acceleration going before we start. Oh, we're going to get up this hill. Here's a big risk. That's a bad move. that was a bad move. That's what happens when you start getting crazy. There's a truck there. 2,004 miles to go. We'll be under 2,000 miles in about a minute. Another significant milestone. There we go, 1900 and whatever it is now. Looks like rain ahead. Might come to nothing, but threatening looking sky. You would think though that when you're up in this part of the South America map, when you're up almost on the equator, it's going to be sort of tropical and lots of heavy. What the hell's that? Well, I've got to have a look at this thing. What's this supposed to be? Ah, right, so it's two guys wrestling by the look of it. Meant to be some sort of monument, I don't know, there's nothing, not that I'll be able to read it anyway, but well, that's unusual, but it does definitely look like two guys wrestling, but I don't know what it's meant to obviously symbolise. And I'd imagine it's there for a particular reason, but there's nothing to clarify exactly what it is. What the hell is that? Is that a bug? What now? Wait a minute. What's that? There's something. There's something going on there. What's that? I'm at the side of it, that's what it is. I think it depends what angle you look at. Right, anyway, just a bit curious as to what that was. And that's another reason you get held up for time, because I start stopping and looking at things. But that's a curiosity, that sort of monument thing. I've never seen that before. I've driven past it going the other way, no doubt, but I never noticed it. Maybe I drove past it in the dark. It sort of looked weird having that sort of in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's nothing else round about. There's no settlements or nothing round about here. But it gets me wondering, why is that there? What is the significance of having that there? Not just as an ornament or a placement in the map, but I think there might be a reason behind it. Oh, now we're down to a single track road. Now, where are we going? We're going that way, are we? Well, clearly we are. Right, so this is not the GPS. Bit of a detour. And it's not showing up on the GPS as like a hidden road. You know how it marks the little sort of dots of a hidden road? And it's not showing up as that either. It's just like a diversion, whether they're doing roadworks in the road ahead. We'll obviously pop out on that road in a little while, probably up at the top here, if we can get up, that is. See, this is why this whole top end of the map will not be quick. It'll be the slowest 2,000 miles that we'll do. So, well, now we're going left now. Oh, good afternoon. Well, this is the EAA South America map, and it's part of a journey of 17,000 kilometre trip I've been doing. So we're going all the way up into Venezuela. Well, we're in Venezuela at the moment, and then we're going down to Colombia down there. And I don't know where we are at the moment. A sort of little monument again. Traffic coming. Another piece of road works. Can't get away from them. A little bit of chudder with these trees. Oh, the caravan's trying to overtake the crop. Right, let's follow him. Well, I did say these roads were all twisty up this part of the map. The only problem with that is it goes on for quite a long while. So you're like start stop, you know, no sooner you started accelerating than you've got to slow down again for the next bend. Crazy overtaking in a bend. It's already getting late in the day again. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. Too many cars and caravans on this road. Highway now. That won't last long. .700 miles still to go. Too early to go in for a rest stop. Another caravan car. Plenty of tourists around in this part of the world. There, another one. We're going for the hat trick. There's another one. 3 in a row. Tell me this is 4 in a row. It's looking very like it. No, it isn't, but I think there's one there. Oh no, yes there is. Almost 4 in a row.
At the roundabout, take the 3rd exit.
We're turning left then, are we?
Keep right. Take this exit.
And another caravan. That's now 10 minutes to 6 at night, so...
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
Third exit this time, so that's the first one, which obviously is blocked.
Keep right.
That's the second one, which isn't blocked. That's the third one.
Take this exit.
That's the third one. I nearly went into the fuel station there. Well, I'm speeding and I'm not catching the car in front, so he's obviously speeding as well. And here's another car coming to overtake us. So clearly I'm not going fast enough, even though I'm breaking the speed limit. Going fast enough now. It's 10 minutes to 7, so sometime after 7 o'clock will be when we're looking for the next resting place for an early start next morning. I wasn't expecting this good bit of road. I was expecting it all to be twisty. I mean, this is a 4-lane highway, well, 2 lanes either way, but this was not expected, but it comes in handy because it just allows us to get the foot down and heat up some more miles a bit quicker than I thought we would. Right, we need to get the full beam on. Whether that's on or off, I can't see. Good afternoon. That's not
Take the second exit.
That's not Parliament. That's Mal. I remembered that this time. Now, what did he say there? Take the second exit.
Take this exit.
Well, Mal, we've got two good matches on schedule in the 8-ball bar table World Championship. We've got now have I got, let me get this right, I think we've got a round 4 match between Albinario and Cobra on Sunday night at 7 PM, and then we've got the one lost side match between in Bedhead on Monday night at 7 PM. Now, One Pocket Slim's already through to the hot seat, so he's waiting to see the winner of to play the winner of Albinario and Cobra. So we're almost down to the nitty gritty of the bar table World Championships. The next World Championship has already been chosen. It's going to be straight pull on normal pockets, so there'll be big runs in that. Bigger than what we had last year, but as big as what we had 2 or 3 years ago when we last did it on the normal pockets. Oh, big river we're going over here. Well, there's got to be a fuel station somewhere along here, so we can get rested up. We're in Venezuela, before you ask. That's where we are. We're heading up to Colombia, and I can't see where the hell I'm going. There's a sort of critical point where the headlights eventually kick in. There we go. Now that's me on full beam, so I can at least see the road down into a single lane. Anyway, is this just a toll gate? I don't think there's a border crossing. Get in that way. This might be an automatic one. No, it isn't. Oh yes, it is. Right, it's berry bye time. No sign of a resting place yet. Time is it now? It's coming up to 8 o'clock at night, so any sign of a resting place, that's where we're going to head, so we can get daylight. And once we get daylight, I can let you see my my companions that I've got with me.
Continue straight.
need to get a drink of water. I'm going to steer my steering wheel with my stomach for the moment. And I'm doing not too bad. Oh, hang on a minute. I needed to get a drink. Now I've got to sit my bottle down without crashing. Well, this trip started a long time ago now in Tajikistan in Asia with a 13-hour session that we did a couple of days ago, thinking that we could finish this whole trip, and that was virtually impossible because I was knackered. And we started today's trip with still 2,700 miles to go, and yeah, I did. 13 hours straight. Well, I mean, being honest with you, I had a 20-minute break. I had a breakfast before I started. I started at 9:15 in the morning, and I had a 20-minute break when I went away and had something to eat and went to the bathroom, and then I came back, and it was after 10:15 at night, and my back was sore, my shoulders were sore, my backside was sore, and I had to give up. So, and then I started today, and then the next, and of course I went 13 hours, and with this being a big map combo, there's a lot of maps stuck together. You know, it's a huge map combo, a global map combo. We've got as far over as China, plus we've got all of South America, and then all the different maps all around Europe. And I did 13 hours and the game didn't crash, because you're expecting a crash sometimes in some of these maps. And then I started today, and I'm probably, what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes into it, boom, I had a crash. And nothing happened in that 13-hour stint that I did. Everything worked fine. But this is trying to finish the whole deal here. And this could be quite slow, but the road's actually been surprisingly good. I should have went to the right there, I think. And I'm still looking for a resting place, and there isn't one. So the longest trip I've ever done in Eurotruck was 8 hours, and that was at least 10 years ago, from what I can remember. That was the longest trip I'd done, and I knew this was going to be longer, but I never ever thought it was going to be as long as it was. Now there's a resting place in here, I'm sure. It might be here. Let me have a look. It might be just past this lamppost, which it is. There it is there, it's marked with a white line. Let's get in here. Hopefully we'll get the pop-up. There we go. Get the full beam off. Oh, they're using, what do you call it? Solar panels here. Right, get the engine off, get a rest, top the fuel up. We don't need it though, but we'll just top it up. And then we'll head on further till eventually we get to our final destination somewhere in Colombia. And all it is that we're delivering is wooden what is it again? Just wooden pallets. But we get £500,000 for delivering this. There we go, daylight now, we can see things. Let's just splash and dash the fuel here. What time of day is it? It's about 25 to 7 or something, or 25 past 6. Anyway, Mal, give me an update in the cricket, please. Seeing as you're doing nothing else. Tell me how far Australia have gone, or whether England have got some more wickets. You've got to be paying attention to the Ashes, for goodness sake. I haven't looked at the score today at all. I just had something to eat and then decided I was going to finish this thing, so I don't know what the score is. Right, on we go. That's if you're still there, that is. Probably get bored and left like everybody else does. Now, is this a roundabout? It generally is. Oh no, it's not, it's traffic lights. Right, well, we can live with that. England first, yeah, I know how much they made yet. First England for Australia, 152 for 5. Well, they must have had a delayed start lane because or England have stifled the scoring rate by Australia. Well, that's I mean, that's even Stevens at the moment then, but I would have thought Australia would have been a lot further on than where they are, so either they had a delayed start because of the weather, maybe there was a bit of rain around, or England have just been clamping down the run rate. It's either or. But thanks for that. That at least keeps me in touch on what's happening. So England have got a chance that they could. I mean, that's half the Aussies out. They
Continue straight.
They could have a first innings lead here and then with a chance of just squaring the series. They can't obviously win the Ashes now. They can only tie the series. Australia will retain the Ashes.
Continue straight.
But I do love my test match cricket. I wonder if, I was talking about this the other day, I wonder if Windows Movie Maker is still available to download. I think it is. I think I downloaded it the last time. I'm pretty certain you can probably still download it because that's how I stitched the 2 videos together when I did the 8-hour trip, and I'm going to have to stitch 3 videos together on this one if I want to have one complete video. What I'll need to do is download the 12 or 13 hour one and then download these other 2 separate ones and stitch them together. Yeah, they discontinued Windows Movie Maker, but it was still available. Oh, is Video Editor, can you download that? I don't know. Listen, I might even have Video Editor in Windows 10. I haven't the foggiest idea because I've never looked for it and I've never seen it. But I'm going to have a look around and see if it's in my PC. It might be for all I know. But I just want to download the 3 videos and nail them all together and then upload them to YouTube. I'll find something to do it, I know that. But I know that the Windows Movie Maker, when I used it, it was numpty proof. That's the type of thing I like, something that's simple and nothing complicated. If I've got Windows 10, you'll have Editor app hidden in the apps. I'll need to maybe look at the apps then. Video Editor app. Yeah, I've probably got it. I mean, I can't confirm or deny that I've got it because first of all, I've never seen it, and secondly, I've never looked for it. But if I can't get that, then I know that you can download Microsoft Video Movie Maker because it's on some of the download sites, and it's a handy thing to have anyway if I can't find that other thing. Yeah, that's that fancy one though, isn't it?
Continue straight.
That's the one where you can put titles and you need to have a bit more. Now, when he said continue straight, he didn't mean continue. See, this James May. You just don't trust him. Hang on to read that. I'm just going to pause this to read the chat because I'm I'm trying to drive and read at the same time, and us men can't multitask. We have to do one thing or the other. Cyberlink Power Director. Aye. Yeah, that's a sort of more detailed package. Yeah, adding titles and fancy, what do you call them? What is it you call the bits in between videos to link up to another one? I was using those fancy terms when I was using Microsoft Movie Maker, but I can't... Yeah, transitions, that's the word. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, transitions. I even put transitions into my my little stitched up video that I did. And I put a title in it. I put text in it. I managed to work that out. See, that's Dolly Dimple, you know. Just a proper numpty thing. Something that's simple. You don't want to do anything elaborate. All you want to do is stitch a couple of videos together. That does me. And there's no point in paying 300 quid for a bit of fancy software that I wouldn't have the first idea of what I'm doing with it, and I would never get the use of it. You know, if I'd been like 40 years younger when I started doing all of this stuff, I might have got into that sort of side of things, but I'm way beyond that now, I'm afraid. I haven't got the attention span that would allow me to learn that, nor the patience. What this mic, what was it you called it again? Video editor or whatever. Where the hell are we going here? Alright, we're going right. But usually these basic video editors, most of them, not just the basic one, but most of them all you're doing is dragging the file, putting it into the timeline, and then dragging the other file, sticking it to the end of it, and then putting a transition in between the two, and off you go. And then you just let it process the whole thing, which takes hours. I mean, you think about the file size. Mind you, the file size will be a lot smaller than it's been. Excuse me, as soon as I drink water I end up having a hiccup. But it's been uploaded and processed already to YouTube, so the file size will be smaller, but it'll still be hefty when it's 13 hours. Microsoft Clipchamp. So this isn't the video editor thing that's in Windows 10, is it? Is that what it's called? I'll probably do that. I'll be looking around for that sort of thing probably my day off next week when I've got time. Alright, so that's the video editor, right. So that's what I'm looking for. It's not video editor, it's Clipchamp. Sounds unusual for Microsoft to call it something like that, doesn't it? It might. Is it something that might, if I don't have it in the PC, it'll be in the Windows App Store? More than likely. It's not one of these things where you download it and then it wants you to upgrade it and you keep getting the pop-ups all the time. More than likely, that's what it'll end up being. Upgrade to this and then you can do this. How far have we got to go now? Almost 1,500 miles now. Video editor, it will take you to download Clipchamp, which it does offer the usual crap. Free version, which they do what you need. Aye, that's all I'm interested in. It doesn't need to be substantial and all bells and whistles. This is an automatic one. We'll follow the trucks. It might be automatic again. Saves you messing about. And we'll just cut that guy up so we can overtake these trucks. Well, I'm still only 400 subscribers short of my 1,000. I think I'm back up to 608. I've got a long while to go. Let me have a read at that. Alright then. I've got my bottle of water next to me.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Right, we're getting off here, so probably heading to the back roads now.
Exit right.
What does that say, that sign? Well, that's taking us to Caracas anyway. Which the last time we saw that in a signpost was like 970 or whatever it was it 670 odd kilometres? We must be joining another major highway to go into Caracas, because that's the... Oh no, we're not. Not in this road, we're not. Because that's the capital city of Venezuela, is it not? Caracas. I always thought it was. I might be wrong. Oh, that's what I said. I was going to show you my companions. I'll just show you, and I haven't. This young lady here, I picked her up a long while ago. About 9,000 miles ago, I picked her up, and there's the pet cat there lying sleeping, been like that for hours. Occasionally pops up to have a look at the GPS to see where we are, and then has a little yawn. Let's see what he does. In fact, it might be a she, I don't know. Oh, there we go. See, he's looking at the GPS. That one isn't working though. See, it's that one. It's the one in my screen's working. Aye, that one. He's having a wee look around. So these are animated mods that you can download. One of the many thousands that are available for ETS2. Now you can either have her sitting there, or you can have her actually in the bed, if you know what I mean. So you can either place her on the seat, or she'll lie down reclining in the bed. But that's my bed. That's why she's sitting in the seat. She ain't having my bed. When I take a rest break, I want my bed. I'm not going to bloody sit in the driver's seat overnight. She can go out and bloody walk if she wants. She doesn't like that deal. Mind you, she hasn't said whether she agrees with me or not. Not a word out of her.
Ahead. Turn right.
Right, turn right, Clyde. So we must be heading either just past Caracas
Turn
or right through it. And I don't know how far we've got to go yet to get to it. I haven't seen well, probably passed a sign and haven't looked at it, but I knew the first one that we saw, the name Caracas, it was still 600 kilometres away, but we've done an awful lot of kilometres since I saw that sign. And I'm surprised we haven't had any heavy rain up this part of the world. It's been reasonably good weather. What we're coming to now. Got to keep my eye on the road. Right, now what does that say there? I need to have a look at the sign. What does that say? Complejo Industrial Petroleo. Oh, big oil refinery or something like that. I think that's my interpretation of it. I don't know what that means, but it's something like that. What's this over on the right hand side? So, is that just a dam?
Continue straight.
When you reach the destination, then what? Well, then what? I get paid £500,000. That's then what? For dropping off empty pallets. Yeah. I mean, all the time that I've took on this journey's been costing me a fortune in fuel, but that's being paid off by my drivers. You'll see occasionally scrolling across the bottom of the screen when they've completed a job. So they're constantly bringing in money for me, and that's really, I'm relying on them just to pay my fuel costs for this journey. So I'm going to make a big profit from it. I'll get that. I'll get that as soon as I drop off the trailer. Which won't be for another, what's that, 1400 miles. Because now things are going to slow up, because I do know that the roads are quite twisty, and so you obviously can't build up a big head of steam. You have to keep slowing down. So this will be quite a long section. We'll need another nighttime break, but probably 2 more before we finish this damn thing. Now we're out in the backwoods again. And you still get, I see again, it's these modded trucks and trailers. Well, this isn't a modded trailer, but it's a modded truck. And you combine that with the amount of stuff that's moving on the screen as you can pass trees and everything, you'll always get... See, we're right at the top of South America. That, now what the hell that? What would be the next thing after that? Would that be the Caribbean? Jamaica and all of those places? Let's have a look at the map. Aye, see where we are? We're right at the top of South America, so... You know, all of these... Well, of course, there's nothing on there, but... This is the sort of Caribbean region, is it not? Not that I'm that an expert in geography. See, this is not the correct position for South America, I hasten to add. The South America map has moved up towards the UK so that you can fit everything in, but if you look at this, this is where I started. Goodness knows how many hours ago, and I'll show you where I started. I started at Duangjiong or whatever the hell it was called. I can't remember. In that place, the hour trip, and I drove all the way down there, all the way through Russia, up to Moscow, all the way across Poland and Germany and into France, through Spain, into Portugal, across the Mod Bridge from Portugal to Brazil, and then from there all the way through and up this direction. And then instead of taking the ferry, we took the hidden road, and then that's where I started today. There, that's where I gave up the other day after 13 hours, and so far today I've driven this far, and that, if I can get the map to move, that is where we're going. So we're going up and round here, and this is all quite twisty, especially around here, and we'll be done. So it'll be at least, I'm guessing, another 90 minutes at least, if not longer, just depending how much traffic there is going through these these mountain sections that have to come. And also, what time is that? Is that 11 o'clock in the day? So we've still got a good few hours daylight to make some headway here. But you just cannot. You accelerate, and then again, the next thing you know, you're slowing down for the next bend. There we go. Right, I'm going to pause that to read that. Oops, hang on. That's better. Well, I've played this game since day one, since it came out. I mean, the thing is, the one thing that keeps the game alive, and I've always said this about Eurotruck, is the first of all, it's constantly updated by the developers. Constantly. We're about to go to version 1.48. We're about to have another map expansion coming out. And the other major thing about it is that all the mod support that's out there. I mean, there's no way I'd still be playing this game if it wasn't for the mod maps. I mean, if you look at this combination that I've got installed at the moment, is by far the biggest map combination I've ever had. We've got the whole of South America. There's the road to Africa, big long South African, big African map, which covers through the north of Africa. We've got the road to Asia, which takes you into China. We've got all the map mods throughout Europe and Eastern Europe, loads of them, and it just makes it you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to drive and hundreds of different roads. And then of course you've got the modded. See, this truck that I'm driving at the moment has got a modded fuel tank. It's normally a 270 gallon fuel tank, but because I was doing this trip, I've got a mod for the fuel tank that triples the capacity, so now it's like an 824 gallon fuel tank, and it just saves me getting into, you know, if I want a particularly long section where fuel stations are not readily available, then I've got plenty of fuel in reserve. I've got modded wheels on the truck. I've got off-road tyres on the truck as well. They're mods. They're nothing to do with the truck. So it's that keeps the game alive. There's lots of PC games that are out there that have been around for years and years and years, and it's only the modders that keep them alive. If the interest wasn't there in Eurotruck, I mean, it just so happens that Eurotruck's the best truck driving simulation game out there. That's why there's so many modders out there for it. I mean, I've tried loads of different truck driving games. They're all pretty much crap compared to this. They don't drive anywhere near as good as what Eurotruck does with a steering wheel. And the other point is, this game, I would not be still playing it either if I hadn't got a steering wheel. which I didn't get for Eurotruck. The steering wheel I got for Gran Turismo when it was out in the PlayStation 3, so it shows you how old my steering wheel is. But when I got when I got Eurotruck, I thought, right, I'm plugging this wheel in to see how it handles, and that's what keeps my interest in this. And I'm surprised that they haven't brought out like a global truck simulator when the developers see how much the modders have played their part in this game. I mean, in fact, if it wasn't for the modders, we wouldn't have multiplayer in Eurotruck. I don't think Eurotruck was ever an idea that the developers ever thought about, but the modders have got, they had multiplayer set up a long time before finally the developers introduced it into the game. So that shows you how much the modders can affect the development of a game if there's enough of them, and if the modders then, you know, make what they want, what the developers aren't focusing on, and lo and behold, the developers suddenly decided they were going to bring out multiplayer. I don't play multiplayer simply because I have lots of mods installed, and the biggest drawback with multiplayer is that you can't go into anybody's lobby unless you've got exactly the same mods as them, so I never play it. I've never even, I tried the Truckers multiplayer, which was the mod multiplayer that's available. I tried that years ago, didn't like it because it was too laggy. But I do know that you could play it with a modded truck, but in this game now you must have exactly the same mods installed. Now this combo that I've got and all the other mods and the weather mod and graphics mods that I've got installed, there's 149 different files that are installed for this particular profile that I've got. Now if I was to try and join one of the lobbies online for the convoy mode, which is multiplayer, it just simply will not let me into any games unless I skinned out my mod folder and just joined a vanilla game, or I had the same mods as the other guys had, and it's too much work, it's too laborious to be bothered with it. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's a great deal of enjoyment to be had on multiplayer, because all you're doing is just following a line of trucks. You're still going to the same places you would go in single player, but you're behind half a dozen other guys, crashing into one another with a lag, as no doubt there always will be, because that's the downside of multiplayer online, especially when you get people from all over the world playing. Right, what's happening here? The road's splitting. We got onto a big major highway now, I hope. Head into Caracas, maybe. Or maybe we went through Caracas and I blinked and didn't notice it. But this looks like it would be the main major route taking us into the capital city. You would like to think so. Let me have a read at that. Well, Gran Turismo was also the game that I was immersed in, and I'll tell you why. I've said this hundreds of times. First of all, it was the reason I got a steering wheel. Secondly, I used to play, all I did in Gran Turismo, was it Gran Turismo 4 or Gran Turismo 5? All I did in it was play the kart racing, which I did online with a bunch of guys from the States and Canada. We used to have a racing league, and it was the most enjoyment I've ever had with any game. So it was, we used to do endurance kart racing round the Nordschleife track, like 13 miles. We used to do like 10 laps of that in a kart. It was hilarious, and the tears were rolling down my eyes. We used to have a great time. I just long for the day. I long for the day Gran Turismo 7 comes out in the PC, because I'll tell you something, I'll have a lot of fun with that if it does. because the kart racing's still in it, and I'd be first in the queue to get that game, I can assure you, because the kart racing on it's hilarious. If you've got a bunch of guys together and you organise a little racing league, you'll have a great time. And whenever we had our racing sessions, at the end of the night, we always had a wreck fest where you could put the boost on, which meant that if you get knocked off the track, the boost would allow you to catch up with the rest of the guys. And then the goal was to do like 10 laps of the track. It was a 10-lap race of whatever track we chose, and the idea was to wreck everybody. As soon as you caught up, you try and shunt them off the road, and then of course it was whoever won at the end. But I'll tell you, you were screaming and shouting and bawling at each other, giving each other abuse. Hilarious time it was. I just wished we had something like that right now. There's a game I saw the other day, and it's called Race League, and it's got like, I mean, graphically it's not going to excite you, but what it does have is it's got a track editor in it, and I might get that when it's on. And in fact, I didn't notice it until after the Steam sale, but when the Steam sale comes round again, I might get that, because I'm into track editing and that sort of stuff. I used to do that in Gran Turismo, and this Race League thing has actually been out for a few years. I never noticed it. The first time I'd heard of it, and it's got a damage thing in it as well. You know, bits of your car fall off, and it's got online racing. But I don't think enough people know about it. I think that's part of the problem with the amount of games that are out there. I think it's still early access, and nobody knows about it, or very few people know about it. But it does have a track editor, which always makes something more enjoyable. What the hell is that? Is that a Ferrari or something? Well, that doesn't look like a Ferrari. It's that thing in front of me that's making the noise. It looks like a Lamborghini. Although it won't have Lamborghini on it, because they haven't paid the licence for that. They've only got truck licences in this game. They've got cars that look like a Lamborghini, that sort of thing. He's making some bloody racket, so he is. I can make a racket as well. There he goes. I think he's raring to get the foot down, but the traffic's holding him up. Right, I think I'm... oh, there he goes again. As soon as I catch him up, he's got the foot down. Oh, we're going over a big bridge. Oh, a nasty drop there. Yeah, big drop there. See if we can catch up with the Lamborghini. I mean, he's like 300 yards in front of me. You can still hear that engine blaring out. Well, that's not a good sign. There's all the mountains ahead of us. Oh, this is it's one big bridge, then another big bridge. Going over these big drops. How far's that down? That's 100 feet at least. We can't be that far off the Colombian border now. And I mentioned this the other day, I just wonder whether we'll cross the equator, whether we'll see that equator sign, because I remember seeing that coming the other way, coming clockwise. I don't know whether we're going to go that far, but I don't think this road's going to last too long. I think if we head either into or we bypass Caracas, we'll pretty much end up in a single lane highway again. Oh look, there's another one. Actually 3 big bridges in a row. How far's the drop in this one, I wonder? Oh, just about the same. Almost crashing the truck, so I can have a quick look over. Right, I'm pausing it so I can read. Maybe I've missed that top bit of the chat there. You quite fancy getting Train Simulator and doing... Well, the thing is, there's that many Train Simulator games. What you want to be doing is obviously get yourself onto YouTube. You've got Train Simulator 3, you've got Derail Valley, oh, you've got Microsoft, you've got... I've still got Train Simulator that I bought in Steam along. I've still got that in my library. The problem is though that I never bought any DLC for it. You know, like different lines and stuff. And there's like, if you were to buy all the DLC that's available for it, that's like 1,500 quid's worth. I'm not into it. I was never into it enough to be going to those lengths. But, oh, there's another Train Simulator one. I downloaded the demo for it. I didn't like it though. Mind you, it was pretty buggy at the time. I can't remember what it was called. It's obviously something to do with trains, but I can't remember what it was called. But I say the latest one is that Train, whatever it is, version 3 that's out. See if we can... Oh no, he's coming up the outside. Look at this nutcase in the... You never see a caravan going at that speed on any road. Only in South America will you see a caravan going at that speed. They're all going 30 miles an hour over this country. Oh, and suddenly we've got a problem. What is it? Are we down to a filtered lane or what, and they're all jammed up? Let me have a look. What the hell's happened here? Oh, we've got a boy racer causing problems. There he is. There he is there. Yeah, boy racer. I knew it. You get them everywhere in the world. Cutting up the bloody truck. He's to blame, him there. Right, nothing coming from my inside, I don't think. Let's get inside here. What's that up ahead? Something's... Oh dear. Oh, the caravan's decided he's going to park in the middle of the highway. Oh, there's a Lamborghini guy stuck there. There he is. What the hell's he stopped for? Why is he sitting there? Is he waiting to pull out? Oh, this doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all. That's about to explode. Let's get past that. And there's a guy standing there. He's giving it a wide berth in case it blows up. Is he hitchhiking? Oh, and Lamborghini guys away flying past. Oh, it's all happening here. We've had boy racer cutting up a truck. Now we've got another bloody caravan. And there's another one. And they're all flying. Where have they got turbos on in these caravans? Anyway, we're down to just under 1,200 miles. This is going to be snail pace slow this to get this done. time is it now as well? It's 4 in the afternoon, so... Oh, this might be Caracas up here. It might be Caracas. Is it? No, that doesn't look like Caracas in the GPS. We might have gone past it. Who really cares? I'm not interested. I just want to get this job done.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
And that, of course, is another mod that's installed. That's the Grand Tour GPS that's installed. Views on semi-pro. What does that mean? Oops. Now, did he say go straight there? I wasn't listening to him.
Take this exit.
Right, there we go. Let me have a read at that. Oh. Well, I don't play the game anymore, so because the eyes have gone. But I do know that
take the second exit.
That he quit in his first match in the Bar Table World Championships because I was streaming it at the time, and that he was simply getting beat at the time and didn't stay in like a man to the end to finish the match.
Take this exit.
He cut and run. And now he's had an easy run in the one-loss side, and he's got another easy match coming up, or one that he should win. He shouldn't have any problems beating Simanx. And then, of course, he's going to be up against it. He'll end up playing probably. Let me think. He's more than likely going to be playing Bedhead. It could be the loser of Albinario Cobra. Is that Lamborghini? Is that another one, or is that the same one? No, he's what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? He's got this idea in his head that nobody likes him. That's what it is. He doesn't like the fact that I keep having a go at him because he's made all the 147s and I keep rubbing it in. I said, look, doesn't matter how many 147s you make by just smashing up the reds and running 147s. That doesn't impress me. What you got to do is do it when it matters in the big tournaments. And he didn't do it in the snooker. He's failed in a lot of them. But I think he's his own self to blame, because he's too aggressive a lot of the time, and it backfires on him. And when things aren't going his way, that's when he sort of starts getting annoyed. He gets more annoyed at himself. So it's a psychological thing in terms of when it comes to the big tournaments. He's his own worst enemy, and he lets himself get riled up with Stubb whenever he meets him. Yeah, I think Eric Bristow's the one that coined the phrase 180s for show, doubles for dough, and it's never there's never a truer statement
Right.
You know, it doesn't matter how many 180s you get, it's the doubles that you get to win the set in the match. And it's the same in snooker or anything else like that. Make as many 147s as you want. That doesn't impress people. It's been able to have the nerve to beat these guys like Albinario and Cobra. Why are we going? This is as if we're doing a complete U-turn here. Now, what's that say? Valencia. So we've got a Valencia and we've got a Barcelona in Venezuela. Let me have a read at that. Well, that's the thing. You know, you've got to have the patience. I mean, the thing is that I think in some respects you and semi-pro are very similar, where you're very good at what you do, but that's like, to me, that's like, coining another phrase, that's like being a one-trick pony, where you're so focused on clearing the table all the time. There are times when you have to wind it in and you're pushing the boat out. Semi-pro does it all the time. You're pushing the boat out to keep yourself at the table when you should be ducking and diving. You've got to be an all-round player to win these tournaments. That's what you have to be. It's no, I mean, it might only be a game, it might only be a PC game, but to be a you've got to be a match player, and that's a different thing. That's a whole different thing from just potting balls. You've got to be a match player, and that's where somebody like Albinario and Cobra and players like that's why they're winning these tournaments, because they're proper match players, as well as, you know, knowing what they're doing. But when they need to duck and dive, they'll do it, and that's the difference. If you're just out and you want to please yourself by potting balls and clearing tables all the time, you're doomed to failure when you're playing somebody the same caliber as you. You know, that's how not to win. Attack being the best form of defence is not always the rule of the day in tournament play. A lot of times it might work for you, maybe in Friday night 9-ball, but not in a championship tournament over a championship distance. Things can suddenly go wrong. You know, you get the dry breaks and things go against you, and you're playing against a guy who's good enough to take those opportunities and run away from you. Well, they're not in a league of their own. What I'm saying is that if for example you had yourself and semi-pro up against Albinario and Cobra, you could beat either of them, but the two of them, I'll tell you where the difference is, right? You and semi-pro could beat Albinario and Cobra, but where they've got you beat is in the head. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Because they're definitely the more all-round. I mean, look at Albinario before Cobra came in the scene. In Virtual Pool 3, Albinario had won every sort of major game. It wasn't just snooker and it wasn't just 9-ball. He'd won Cowboy, he'd won One Pocket, 8-ball, 10-ball, you name it. He's accomplished at every game. And Cobra's becoming the same. Cobra entered the Cowboy World Championships, won it. You know, he's getting more interest. There's a player that all he used to do every time was play nine ball, and now he's sort of widened his horizons and he's winning these big tournaments, things that he's never played before. He'd never played Cowboy in his life in Virtual Pool 4, and he came in and he won the event because he found a way to win it. And you know, he's already, of course, in contention to win another one, but Albinario is his biggest rival, and the two of them are going head to head on Sunday night again. It's only a race to 11, so these matches aren't that long on this bar table. It's going to be a good match. But that probably sums it up in the fact that they're the best. You know, Albinario's the best all-round player. Cobra's becoming, you know, approaching that. They've both got their good things and their bad things, but in terms of being able to deal with situations, Albinario is probably one of the best, and that's how you would define a match player. Having the bottle and the mental strength and all of that stuff, just the same as real life. Even though it's only a game, it's the same as real life. Being able to focus and concentrate. I mean, one of the best breaks I've seen there, Mal, was that 146 by Albinario. I mean, that was a brilliant break. So it was the highest break of the tournament, and he was 1.5 inches off of making a 147, and I didn't even realise that at the time when I was commentating. He just went a little bit too far and blocked himself out in the black, and it would have been a 147, and it was an excellent break. But you see what I'm talking about? He done that in the fight, in the final. Was it the final of the World Championships against Barkers? Having said that, though, Barkers beat him. Now there's a guy who basically only shows up for the Snooker World Championships. He won it last year, and he came back this year, and he beat Albinario in the final. That takes some doing, especially when the guy's just put in a 146. It makes me want to try and play the game again, but I'm just nowhere near any sort of standard to compete with those guys. Not over a distance anyway, and simply because I don't have enough time in the day to do that anymore. We're talking about MC Clarkey. See, Matt's a good player, but he again is very attacking, which is another reason why he didn't get right into the deep end of the tournament. You'll hear me in commentary. You know that it's time to run duck for cover, but these players, they keep wanting to stay at the table. They keep wanting to add to their break. Now that's I keep saying it's not the way to win. Trying to be aggressive and trying to impress people all the time. You've got to wind it in. You've got to listen to that little voice, and a lot of players don't. Matt again has problems the same as most of us nowadays. He simply doesn't get the table time. He doesn't spend anywhere near enough time in the game to have that touch. There's another player, Spectre Dawn. He limits his chances of winning one of these events because he doesn't play them all. He only plays what he likes. Like if it's 9 ball or 10 ball, he's not interested in expanding to anything else, which he'd probably be bloody good at anyway. But Matt, as I say, he just hasn't got enough table time, and the usual thing with that is you tend to blow hot and cold, probably more cold than hot most of the time. He'll probably tell you that himself. You know, you can't go away from VP4 and for months on end or weeks on end and then come back and expect to be up and running. It just doesn't happen like that. Which is probably more or less why I gave it up and went to the commentary booth, because I never miss a pot in the commentary booth. That's dead easy. There's these lights working, there we go. Yeah, but you were doing your old thing, going for a lot of things you shouldn't have been, and that was against a player who is more than capable of punishing you. You know, you don't need to be making big, huge breaks to lose to that guy. He's just going to, you know, put maybe 30 odd, 40 odd, and take the frame away from you as quick as that, or take the rack away, whatever it might be. I was always, I grew up with snooker back in the 70s when it started, so I'm very much an old school type of player anyway. Whenever I play that game, I'm always ducking for cover and frustrating the opponent. That was the way I always played, because I never scored as heavily as a lot of other players, but I made sure they didn't score as heavily against me most of the time. That's what annoyed them. By using the old Cliff Thorburn approach. It was boring to watch, but it frustrated and annoyed a lot of people. Now I haven't a clue where we are. Last something or other we're coming up to, and how far are we still to go? See, this is taking so long. There's another caravan. And he decides to put the anchors on. We're in La Victoria. Let's get past this line of trucks. Well, Stubbs another player. He's another player where he's never listened to one single bit of advice I've gave him. Never once. And,
continue straight.
He just doesn't listen, and he never learns, and he never wins big events. He's a good player, but he's too wild and loose, and the problem is he's too wild and loose against the players that you should never be wild and loose against, and that's why he ends up losing. And that's him out of another World Championship. Now, where are we now? I'll tell you where we are. It's bedtime, because it's 8:10 at night. We're looking for a parking place here. Oh aye, yes, he's very courteous, yep. Bullshit, all luck. That's the usual excuse. But I've always said his best chance of winning one of these championships is either 9 ball or 10 ball, because you know, you could play loose in those games and get away with it a lot of times, but you know, the trouble is he keeps doing the same thing against the players that you shouldn't be doing that against. Specifically, you might get away with it in earlier rounds against somebody like myself, but when you come up against the Cobras and the Albanarios and Bedheads, you can't keep doing the same stuff, because they're just going to rip you apart. They're just going to run away from you. Now there's a resting place there that I totally ignored. In fact, I'll tell you something, I'm just going to spawn in there and get this done, because I ain't want to drive in the dark. I want to be able to see the landscape. Now hopefully there is a resting place in here. Let's where might it be? Well, that's disabled parking, so it's no there. Where the hell is it? Is it further back? Ah, right, wait a minute. It might be there. Let's just spawn my truck here. Somewhere like that. And if we can get turned round a bit, we can get straightened up and get parked for the night. Get to daylight in the morning. Put these high beams off. Right. We'll have another drink while we're waiting. There we go. Next day again. And how far have we still got to go? Oh, the GPS won't kick in until we get to the main road. I don't think. What, 1,053 miles? I don't think we need any fuel. Maracay.
Continue straight. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Take this exit.
Right, see you later, Matt. Thanks for joining us. See you again soon in the Straight Pool World Championships.
Take this exit.
Right, let's head past this truck. What time of day is it? Must be quite early. 5 to 6 in the morning, so again we've got a full day in the daylight.
Keep left.
Try and make as much progress as we can, because we're going to end up down to a single lane highway and there's no speed limit in this according to the GPS, so we'll just gun it. We'll build up the revs and get going. Well, they might only be empty pallets, but they're bloody heavy, because this trailer's holding me back as far as acceleration goes. I think the quicker we get by him the best, because certainly we'll be down to a single lane soon. Valencia.
Keep right.
Oh, I was about to fly past him. Doing an exit here. Or are we? Yes, we are. Moron. I've been to Moron before, coming up the other way rather than going this way anti-clockwise.
Keep left.
Decided to cut up that car there. Is that 886 miles? We're making a bit of headway here. Just keep the foot to the floor. To hell with the speed limit. donuts. What is it? I don't know what it is, but I would eat them. I'm going through that. It wasn't it red. I feel as if I'm turning south now. Let's have a look at the map. Yes, we are. We are turning south. We're on the home. We're on the home straight, although it's not quite straight, but we're getting there. It's still only 8:30 in the morning. I'm going to have to stretch on my leg. I'm beginning to get the aches and pains I got the other day. So we started this final part of the trip with 2,700 miles still to go. And we've now got around about 900 left. For a main highway, this is a bit too twisty for my liking. The motorways are made to be essentially straight with the odd bend. You shouldn't be having sharpish bends on main highways. Because I'm only doing what am I? Mind you, that is telling me I'm speeding for the type of road that I'm on. But I'm not paying any attention to that. We're trying to get this done, we're not trying to crawl home. And we are doing things a little bit silly.
Keep right for the first, and then exit right.
Oh, we're going to a way scale thing, are we? Yes, we are.
Keep right for the first.
Now this might be what the road is like for the rest of this journey. Just a single lane highway. And it could just get painfully slow as well. Nothing holding us up at the moment, but that could change very quickly. I'll still be interested to see what the once the stats come up with the payment and that at the end of this trip, It will also tell me how much fuel I've consumed for this trip. It must be bloody enormous. I don't know how many 100 gallons of fuel, but definitely hundreds of gallons. Now I wonder also if we're going across the equator. I know that I did it on the way up, I just don't know how far down this part of the map we're going to have to go as to whether we will pass it. But it is marked. It's marked across the road if I remember rightly. It might just get a bit twisty in a little while because I think we've got a few mountains up ahead.
Continue straight.
What's that say there? What did that say there? This isn't another bloody toll road, is it? Where they just keep dipping your pocket every 5 minutes. Let me have a read at that. I've got it. Oh, I can stretch my legs as well. You have discovered. Oh, that's all it is. I thought it was a bloody toll road that was going on about. I've got plenty of recruitment agencies. I've discovered enough of them. Oh dear. Oh, that's... The legs have gone. Another excuse for a drink. Well, I calculate that we'll need one more rest stop, one more overnight, and then we'll be able to finish the rest of it once we start the next day. So we've got however many miles that we can do. Now at the moment we've got 780 odd. My main target here is before the day's out, and it's only 11 o'clock in the day. We've got to get it down to at least 400, so we've got another 300 odd miles to do, so that we can then take that rest. But I think our major stumbling block will be the type of road that we're on between here and the end of the journey, because if my memory serves me right, it ain't going to be very quick. There's far too many twists and turns on this route, I think.
Ahead. Turn right.
A speed hump in the middle of nowhere.
Turn right.
Oh, I think we're joining another motorway here. I never expected that. Well, this will come in handy if it's for a good distance. Oh no, it's... is it? Oh, it might be. It might be. I wonder how long this will last. Oh no, it's not. I built my hopes up there too soon.
Ahead. Turn left.
Oh, ropey. Now, where are we turning?
Turn left.
Well, we've no option because it's a dead end. I just get the feeling that in this last section there could be some fun and games. Now, how many miles have we still got to go? 733. The 700's taking a while to count down, and it's gone past noon. Something macho. Cara macho or something.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Now, what's that little thing there? Just
Take this exit.
people hanging around. Now, when it says take this exit, it's not that way, is it? We've not get through there, have we? What does that say there? What does that say? Puente Internacional de la Unión Vuelva Fronte. We're not to get through that, have we? Looks as if we have. Oh, it's a single lane bridge. I think we're to go through that. Right, hang on. It's a bit tight, this. I should have gave this a wide berth. No, I didn't think we were going to make it. I didn't think we were going to make it. It is a bit tight. Have I still got my full beam on? No, I don't. I need to go further to the right. How the hell he might get a truck through here then? And every time I move forward, I bet you the AI vehicles are coming right onto the back end. Right, I think we just dragged the side of the trailer apart there. Right, so red light. Oh, now it's gone to green. Oh, this is a big river. Big muddy river. Well, that's a tight turn trying to get onto this bridge.
Left.
Might be a tight turn getting out of here as well. Now you're saying turn left. Straight left here, is it? What's that saying? Yeah, here's the mountains coming again. Bit more twisting and turning still to be done. Now can we get past him? We'll cross the double yellow lines regardless. Do something crazy here.
Turn right.
Kukuta. Or Kukuta.
Turn right.
Quick look at the map. Quick look and see where we are. Oh yeah, we've still got all this twisty bit to do. Not far though, but it's still, it's not far, but it's still 600 odd miles. What is it? 695 miles. Is that traffic lights? I hope it's traffic lights. Yeah, it is. And hopefully they stay green till we get round. Come on. This is getting interesting. Got to be careful you don't end up cutting each other up here going around these bends. But we're climbing. Pamplona. Another Spanish. There's quite a lot of places in Venezuela that have got the same names as the towns in Spain, which is strange.
Continue straight.
Oh, another big twisty section coming up, probably heading down the mountain now. Yeah, look at that ahead, it's like spaghetti. Now, where does that go, I wonder? It's not... oh, it is, it's blocked off. Let me have a quick look. Curiosity's getting the better of me. Does it just go to a dead end? Yes, it does. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is holding us up with our pace here. We've still got over 600 miles to go. My target was to get down to 400 before we take our final rest. Up and up and up we go. Hang on, I'm going to have to go to manual. I'm going to have to trust the gear stick. Here are we? I'm going to have to trust the gear stick's going to be reliable. That's the worst thing about this. Because automatic gears are no use for the mountains. That's the road up ahead there. Need a wider line into this bend here. Right, final top up of fuel, which again we don't need it, but we'll just top it up and that'll make sure we've no problems. Now what gear are we in? We're putting quite a lot in it to fill this tank. There we go. Is that altitude, or is that the name of the Aramo Berlin? What the hell does that mean? Something nautical miles? I don't know. No, that didn't make a noise there. I've got to slow down. I want to read that sign even though I can't understand it. I want to read it. What's it saying? Conserva suit. I haven't a clue what that means. Did that already. 10 to 5 in the afternoon. Running off road here, this is too quick. Now this looks like it could be where the equator notice is. It's ringing a bell. It looks like this. Could be all wrong, of course. Suddenly it all changes now. It doesn't look like it. I just don't know if we're heading that far south to catch it, because I want to get a screenshot of it. I never got a screenshot the last time. Hopefully I'll get it this time. But then again, problem is I might end up getting it in the darkness. Mind you, if you use the photo mode thing, then you can change the time of day on in it. I think you can. Big drop on the left hand side. Well, I keep saying I told you it was twisty at this part of the map. And again, your average speed goes straight down the pan. I'm probably already 150 miles short of where I could be if I had decent road. Big drop on that side again. Well, good afternoon. I never even saw you there. I'm too busy focusing and not to go off the cliff here. Well, I've still got what, 550 odd miles. I've got to get it down to 400. So I can take a final rest stop, because it's getting late in the day again. We're beginning to lose the good daylight, and also I'm concentrating. Hopefully, we're going to cross the equator, because I remember doing that when I came up this way a while ago. The equator's mapped on, or the equator line. So you're then crossing from the southern hemisphere, or in this case, would be crossing from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere of the Earth, and you do that obviously by crossing the equator, and it's mapped on the road. There's signage there, but I can't remember whether we're too far north and we won't get that far south. This is a beast of a turn. I should have went down a gear, mind you. That's the problem. I got that wrong. Well, I mean, this stream actually, I started, and then I had done, remember I had done about 13 hours the other day, and there was no game crash, and I started today, and about 20 minutes into it the game crashed. So this is a second stream today. This is still part 2, and part 2 and the final part, I can tell you that. I'll never do anything like this again. Never. Well, if you were watching the other day, remember I told you that this was going to be a slow section because it's so twisty. Well, now you see what I mean. You know, we just can't keep up a good average speed here. That's why the miles are, you know, the miles are crawling past. Every time I look at it, it seems to be I've still got 600 miles to do. Well, the sun has gone behind the mountains. Do you remember watching Top Gear when Hammond, Clarkson and May went and they went on the death road in Bolivia? Do you remember that episode, if you're old enough? Well, I wanted to beat my old one. My old one was 8 hours, and the other thing that I mentioned the other day was I watched a guy who his YouTube channel, I can't remember his name, but his YouTube channel, all it consists of is Eurotruck long trips. And I watched him, he had one that he does that's about 7 hours, but it was 7 hours of him just sitting in the cab. He doesn't let anybody see any of the scenery or nothing. He doesn't stop to look at any of the signs like I do. I mean, I get distracted, and I thought, well, I'll at least let people see what the landscape looks like. I mean, big drop down there, big mountain right in front of us, and I wanted to beat my own record of 8 hours, or however long that one was. It certainly was 8 hours, I know that. But as I've mentioned, I won't be doing it again. I'll never do anything like that again. My backside and my legs are still sore from the other day, and they're not any better now, because I'm sure I've been at this for about 3 hours to do this last 2,700 miles. And just think, if I had stayed on to try and finish this the other day, I'd have been dead. I'd have been frozen, and you know, you couldn't loosen my grip off the steering wheel. I'd have been in rigor mortis. It was a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. I took on a lot more than I thought it would be. That's a mistake I made. I've still got more spaghetti up ahead, crawling at 20 mile an hour it feels like. And of course, the likelihood of finding a place to rest on this type of road is fairly slim. There might be something up ahead though. Did something catch my eye there? Or maybe I'm just at the stage where you begin to imagine things. But hopefully there'll be less traffic as it gets later in the day. And of course it's now about what, 7:30 at night or something. I can't read it. And I'm also trying to read the chat. Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, I need to lean over. My left buttock is numb because I've been sitting in the one direction for however long. I've got to have a drink. And then my next challenge is to actually try and stitch these videos together, so I'll get one great big one. So I'll get one complete one, about what, 17 hours long or something. Now I've got to get out my chair again. My eyes have gone. I've been sitting staring at the screen. My eyes have dried up. I can't even read that, and I'm leaning across. My eyes are totally out of focus. Well, I don't know that it'll be a sense of achievement. But I've been breaking the speed limit today. I've ran people off the road because I've been foot to the floor to try and get this thing done. Now, have I got my high beams on? Yes, I do. Well, just keep your eye out for the equatorial sign in case I miss it, or we might never see it. I just don't know where it is, but I know it's round about somewhere. But we could well arrive at the destination and we're nowhere near it. Of course, there's one significant boring thing I can tell you about the equatorial sign. As soon as you cross that equator, the water, instead of the water going clockwise down your sink, it goes anti-clockwise. There's an interesting phenomenon that you didn't know about, and you didn't want to know about. I can bore you to death, not only with these long boring trips in Eurotruck, but I can give you boring information. Now again, this is beginning to look like the type of area that the equatorial sign is, but now that it's dark, I haven't a clue. Now, is there a resting place somewhere along here? Because I do want to do this, most of this in daylight. Oh, well, here we're in a town or something here. Now, hang on a minute, there's a fuel station. Hopefully there's a resting place here. What time is it? Well, we've got what? Well, we've got 487 miles to go. Now, I'm going in here, but I haven't a clue if there's a resting place here. In fact, I've not gone in, I've not even turned in at the right place. I'm turned in the dirt. Let me zoom in. I can't see if there's a resting place in this. No, there isn't. There's no bloody resting place here. In fact, it's not even a fuel station. That's how bad it is. I think it's on the other side of the road. Well, I ain't going over there. I'm just pulling out. Get my full beams on. I wish they'd bloody well stay on. This button's not working that great either. Come on, James, give me some directions here. I'm totally lost in the dark. Well, we're going up some high street somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Did I run into him there? No, I didn't. I'm looking in the GPS. I don't see anything. Oh, here's the rain coming. That's all that we need. I see the bins are out for tomorrow. Right, I keep forgetting I went back to manual gears. Right, that's it red. Now, it's straight ahead. What gear am I in? First, well, we want to be in about third gear to start off. In fact, where's the lights? I can't see the lights. Right, that'll do it. What's that? Did I hit the lamppost there? Oh no, I've hit a car. How the hell? Was I him cutting across me? I wasn't even looking at him. I'm past the stage of caring who I kill at this distance. Oh, this could develop into a tropical thunderstorm, this one. Listen to that rain. It's thumping down. Oh, I will have lightning in a second or two. I'll be very surprised if it doesn't. Where's that blue light coming from? Back to third. Well, the gear stick actually seems to be working again. I mean, I'm probably tempted fate saying that, but it was so temperamental for a while, and it might be temperamental again, where it whenever I switched up the gears, instead of going to third, it would jump straight to 12th, and it kept doing it. Right, so it's telling us to go into this lane. We're narrowing down. Now I can see a resting place
Ahead. Turn left.
Right, when we turn left I can see a resting place. But where the hell are we turning at these traffic lights?
Turn left.
There's one up ahead, which is not the way we're going. I didn't go down low enough in the gears. Right, there we are. Where the hell's the road? Is that a fuel station up there? Hopefully it's a fuel station with a resting place. Well, do you know something? I had a Logitech, this is a Driving Force GT, right? Which has got the gear stick connected right up to the steering wheel. Now I had a Logitech, not a 920, I had the model before that, the one that actually, it came with a separate gear stick in the box. You didn't have to buy it, it wasn't optional, it came with it. Now don't tell me there's not a resting place here either. This is definitely a fuel station, but I've got to get the resting place here. Now sometimes it's in here, it looks like it's in the far side. I'll try here. I think it, oh no, there we go. I had a Logitech G27 was it, and I didn't like it, and you know why I didn't like it? Because I had to keep attaching the gear stick to the desk, and I didn't have a wheel stand pro at the time. So whenever I needed to use the wheel, I had to bring it out the box, bolt it to the desk, bolt the gear stick to the desk, and I thought I'm not having it, and I got rid of it. And then I went for a period of time where I didn't have a wheel, and then PlayStation 3 came out. Let me just take a rest here before I forget. PlayStation 3 came out, and I got Gran Turismo 4 or Gran Turismo 5, I think I got both of them, and I was using it for the kart racing on it. And but that was the reason I got the Driving Force GT, because it came out as a promotion, because it's a Gran Turismo steering wheel, and that's when I bought it. And I liked it because the gear stick was just a flick forward and back sequential gear stick. It wasn't like an H style gear stick or whatever you call it. And I've been using it ever since. But I mean, this steering wheel is well worn. Believe me, it is well worn. If you look at my Steam profile, look at the amount of hours I put in what do you call it, in Euro Truck. It's like 5,000. It's over 5,000 hours in Euro Truck. It's the game I've played the most, and it's been out since 2012. So work that out. 5,000 hours. We've now got a toll gate up here, I think. And all through that time I've had this Driving Force GT. I never drove Euro Truck with anything else other than a steering wheel. I never had Euro Truck and used it with a controller before I get the wheel. It's the other way around. I had the wheel before I get Euro Truck. And so and I had Euro Truck before it became Euro Truck 2. That was a crappy game. That was nowhere near as good as this. But then again, it was crappy because I was using an Xbox controller at the time. In fact, it wasn't even an Xbox controller. It was some third-party piece of crap, and I didn't enjoy the game because of it. And then, as I said, when Euro Truck 2 came out, I had already had the wheel, and I thought I'm going to try this Euro Truck 2 with a wheel and see if it's any better. And it was, I tell you, it's like night and day. It's completely like night and day. You've got to get a steering wheel if you're doing truck driving games. Anything else, you're just kidding yourself on, you're having fun. It's far, far easier to control the truck. You'll get more response from the truck. And of course you've got the force feedback as well kicking in. There's a nice little drop down to the river there. Let me try and read that. Nope, the eyes have gone. I'm going to try reading YouTube because I'm having to lean over to try and see my chat on the screen. Yeah, I got the gear stick free, but now it's optional, isn't it? On that original Logitech that I had. Yeah, I mean, what do you call him? What's his name? Keith, the Irish guy who plays Virtual Pool. Well, he doesn't play at the moment because his VP4 isn't working on his PC, but he has one of those Fanatec wheels, and because he does that iRacing and stuff like that, and he spent was it £800 or £900 on the wheel itself, and that's without the pedals. That's the kind of money people are spending in these simulation games. Oh, that is a huge drop down there. Let's get the fly cam out and annoy the. Let's do a bit of tourist stuff. Is that a river down there? It is. Look at that, you've got running water. Yeah, you don't want to fall down there, that's a big mistake. Right, I'm going to switch to automatic because I keep forgetting that I'm on manual. I'm going to switch to automatic, and that way I don't need to think, because trying to think and chat at the same time isn't working with me. Now, where is it? We'll set it to automatic, real automatic. See if it'll work. Hopefully there's not too many climbs. It's only when you start climbing it you must have manual gears, because the automatic gears try to jump up a gear too soon, and then you end up grinding to a halt. And no sooner have I said that than we start to climb again. Now, what time is it now? And we've still got 480 miles to go. I'm going to have to put the foot down. I want to get this finished today, if you know what I mean. Game time day. Let me do. Oh dear. Oh no, that's the first bit of advice I'd say to anybody. You know, if you watch, there's some guys, particularly the guys from like, they might be in India or somewhere like that, and there's plenty of guys who've got channels. Obviously, they can't afford these big wheels, because even you know, £100 wheel is very expensive for those guys, and you know, you see them back driving with a mouse, and it looks horrible. But you know, that's the best they can do, unless they save a lot of money up to buy a very expensive product. But mind you, when you think about it, most of them are using a cracked version of the game anyway. You know, they haven't bought the game. There's probably not one person in that country that has a proper game, because they can't afford them. So they'll end up downloading the cracked versions anyway. So they're very unlikely to ever think about investing in a wheel. But oh yeah, you can't have a game like this and get any sense of enjoyment out of it using a controller. Absolutely pointless. There's just nothing. It's not even night and day. There's no comparison at all. Because even this, you know, when you even try and do fine movements with a joystick, with a gamepad, the next thing you know, the truck's went into a wall, or particularly in a road like this. You try driving round a road like this with an Xbox controller, I guarantee you're thudding into oncoming vehicles, cutting people up. Mind you, I do that anyway with the steering wheel, but I do it a lot. I do it a lot less than I would if I had a controller. But no, not recommended. It is a must that you have a wheel. Even a cheap wheel is still better than nothing at all, or a second-hand wheel. I know for a fact when this one eventually packs up, I'll be getting a new one, but I'll have to hang off because I want to see if they'll ever bring out a driving force GT again like this one, because I don't want the separate gear stick. If I do, I'm going to have to look for a new wheel stand pro that's got the bracket to fit it on, rather than having it separate, because as I say, this wheel stand pro is great for just lifting the whole steering wheel and the pedal set out the way as soon as you're finished. You don't have to bolt anything to anything. Once you've got it all bolted together, it just remains there permanently. Right. Well, not very many of them. I've seen a lot of videos where they're all just using the mouse, because you can see the sort of centre of the screen where the sort of the steering wheel guide is. You know, you've seen it on some of the videos. They're definitely not using a steering wheel, a lot of them. But the guys that are using steering wheels over in the sort of Asian countries, they're earning a lot of bucks if they are, because that type of stuff is expensive. And the steering wheels now are ridiculous prices. You can pay whatever you want for a steering wheel. Admittedly, the build quality is going to be a lot better. I mean, this, for the money I paid for this, I think I paid £90 for this steering wheel, and I thought that was dear at the time. And that's more than how long. Well, that, look at how long Euro Truck's been out. I got this for Gran Turismo 4 or 5 on the PS3. So I've had this for what, 12, 13 years or more, and it's still going. It's still going. It's got the wear and tear. Some of the buttons are a bit dodgy. The brake pedal's a bit dodgy. But the force feedback and the steering control and everything still function as good as the day it came out the box. And this wheel has had a lot of heavy use, and it's had a lot of bumping and banging with the force feedback, particularly on that harsh Russian map that I've been on. The steering wheel's bouncing all over the place on that. Come on, guy, you've got a bloody sporty car there. Get yourself moving, even though there is a speed limit. Well, here we go with the sharp corner again. Right, I'm going wide because I don't want to hit that inside wall if there is one. Right, and I'm going to go past him as well as soon as I get a chance. There's nothing going to come in front of us. Right, don't keep speeding up now, you bugger. Now he's sped up. I'll just cut you up if I need to. See, the AI driver knew I was on the wrong side of the road, so he slows down. That's why you should go wide on the bends. Then the AI driver will slow down. I mean, there's probably people got got steering wheels where rarely they've been used, and they'll sit there for months on end, and then they'll get used to maybe do a bit of gaming. You know, my wheel is certainly, I can guarantee that my wheel is used every week of the year. Every week of the year it's used at some point. And it's usually for this. I mean, I went, I think last year I went for about maybe a month where I wasn't on Euro Truck at all, and that's simply because I was waiting on the new update coming out and waiting on all the map mods coming out, and then once I got them all put together, then I was ready to go again, and I'm about to go through the same phase again where I won't use it then. I might go and do a bit of kartcraft because my wheel's all rigged up for kartcraft, and have a go on that and do a bit of practicing on it. But that's it's had a lot of heavy use, so I cannot complain. I mean, if it broke down on me completely, I can't write a letter to Logitech and say this is poor workmanship. You know, it has gone well past its sell-by date as far as I'm concerned, and been well worth every penny I spent on it. What am I doing? I put it in neutral thinking I'm in manual gears. Now I'm in automatic. I forgot I'm in automatic. So we are dragging on, and we've still got 405 miles to go. This is the worst part of the bloody trip, this bloody spaghetti that we're having to crawl through, and it's already 9 o'clock in the morning here. We're going to drag on and drag on. It'll be night time by the time we get there, and we still, as far as I know, haven't crossed the equator, so there's still a chance it might appear. I keep telling you guys that we're going to cross the equator, living in hope that we will. And the fact that it's daylight, we've got a good chance of seeing it. Do you ever do that? Do you ever do that multiplayer? I've never been near it, apart from the you know, the original Truckers multiplayer that I tried and tested early on and didn't like it. I've never went into an online convoy mode, simply because I use all the mods, and I'm not gonna revert back to a vanilla version of the game just to play that. But you're going to meet just as many lunatics on that as you would in a normal day-to-day life. You'll get the nutcases driving on it. You always do. Spoilers who just want to wreck you and bump you off the road. What was that game I downloaded and tested? That truck, something logistics simulator. I downloaded that, right? And yeah, that's what it was. What is it? Truck and something logistics simulator. I downloaded it to try it out, and I had it working with the wheel, and I went online because they've got an online mode on it. So I thought, right, I'll go online. So everybody's all doing different jobs. You know, you could be driving a truck, you could be driving a little van. You go in to pick up a job, you have to use the forklift to load things onto your van. It's quite a fancy little game, nothing elaborate. And then the next thing I know, when I'm driving the truck and I'm going along the motorway, this half-wit is just following me and trying to run me off the road. So that's the one reason I don't like multiplayer in these type of games, because you'll get assholes, and unless you're running a server where you can boot them off and get rid of them, you get no enjoyment. This idiot, that's all he wanted to do, was just follow me, get up next to me and try and run me off the road. And so I uninstalled it and I've never been back to it. Truck and Logistics Simulator, I think it's called. I never bought it, I downloaded it like all the rest of the guys and tested it. Oh, this day is going to crawl in, and I'm getting hungry. It's time for dinner, but we're going to get it done. What time is it? That's 5 past 5. it definitely is my dinner time. I thought I'd be finished this today a lot sooner than now. I thought I'd be finished about 4 o'clock, but it's this last section where we're going through those mountain roads that take so long. You know, you're driving for what seems like hours, but you're making very little progress, just simply because your average speed is going straight down the pan. What's the name of this place? Well, that's it, something like that. Is this a roundabout? No, it isn't. It's a bend. Now, what time is it now? It's 10:24 in the mornings.
Turn left.
Now, you know when James says turn left? This is weird. I think I've done this junction before at one time, or there's something similar to it. You're going that way to then turn left, which is crazy. So you've got this sort of wide turning circle here. That's a crazy junction. Now the question is, are we on the right road? Aye, we are. Now I was behind a truck from Austria earlier on. I'm trying to see where that's from, but I can't see. Now you got to remember, most of this South America map, most of these towns that you go into, they've all got bus stations in them. I could have done this in bus mode, which would have been even more interesting, because trying to get a bus round some of those tight bends is murder. But I could have done that. I could have installed a bus and used the passenger mod to do all of this. The buses are actually good to drive in ETS2 because you're sitting a lot lower to the road. Your driver's sitting a lot lower than what you are in comparison to the truck. Oh, here we go again. Now, what's that saying there? What does that sign say? Bovaka or something, whatever that means. Well, that's you know, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of people are pissed off with that online side of things, unless you're with a group of like-minded people. That's why I say I enjoy Gran Turismo so much, doing the kart racing, because we were all a bunch of guys who wanted to race. When we were having proper races, we wanted to race clean and fair. When we had our own little race league thing set up, and all of us did. And anybody that didn't, they get booted out the door if they didn't get the general ID after maybe not behaving properly to start with. We had a bunch of guys who all knew what was expected of them, and we all raced fair and clean. And that's where we get the real enjoyment out of it. But you go onto an online server where it's open to every Tom, Dick, and Numpty that comes in, then you're going to get spoiled by somebody. And they probably only end up in your server because they've been booted out of half a dozen others. Oh aye, that's what I was going to say. That if you had saw, I was asking that earlier. I can't remember who it was I was asking, and whether they had saw that episode of Top Gear with Hammond, Clarkson, and May, where they went on to the Bolivian death road. Well, the point I was going to make is that for years and over the last sort of 3 years, this EA map expanded quite a bit. I mean, the whole northern part of the map, like we're on at the moment, was all completed. It used to be you could only go so far north in Brazil, and then they opened up Colombia and Venezuela. So all of this part of the map is all new. But what they also did was they also added in the Bolivian death road that you saw them driving across on Top Gear, and I've driven it on this map, and all I would say is they could have made it a lot more difficult. It depends on the type of truck you take, but it's only a short distance. I mean, in real life it's only like 30 odd kilometres long, and in this game that's not very long. But I have driven it. Now this looks scary down there, doesn't it? Look at that for a drop. Big drop over there. I bet we're holding up the traffic. I bet there's a pile of traffic behind us. Yep. Well, all I'm hoping is that guy that's directly behind us is a caravan. Yes, he is. I'm going to hold you up. Looks like a caravan. Now, how much? I bet we've still got 300 miles to go. Yep, 311. It's crawling, and the daylight is running out again. What time is it? What is that? Noon? No, is it noon or is that 1 o'clock? I'm trying to see the damn thing. It's just gone past noon. And 300 miles is very long on this twisty stuff. I'm just going to put the foot to the floor every chance I can get. Not forgetting to keep an eye out for the equator sign if there is going to be one. Oh, here's a straight bit of road.
Ahead. Turn right.
Right, turn right. I'll have a read at that in a minute once we turn this corner. What does that say?
Turn right.
Tunja. Well, I've got, I mean, I've tried pretty much most of the truck driving games. I've got On the Road, in which when I left a message with the developers, I said, look, when are you going to put the virtual mirrors in it? We've no plans to do that, he said. And I said, right, well, I won't be near your game again, mate, because I don't have eye tracker or anything like that. I need to have a virtual mirror. I can't keep doing this trying to see that mirror, because that's frustrating. I said I want virtual mirrors, and they said there's no plans for doing it. I said, right, well, fair enough. I mean, that game has potential. On the Road, which is it's a German company that make it, but I don't believe it's get very much interest from a lot of other people, and it may well die a death. Truck Driver is a game that was probably more made for the console market, because I only ever drive that game. Am I on the right bloody place here? I only ever drive that game with the Xbox controller, because I just can't be bothered setting up the wheel for it. And it's supposed to have a map expansion on it, it was all planned, and suddenly they pulled the plug on it. Did you notice that? They were supposed to bring out a map expansion for it, and it's died a death. Kartcraft, which I've been going on about for years, which although it's now on Steam and available for people to buy it, it's still effectively in early access because there's no proper multiplayer in it yet. And the company that are developing Kartcraft, they've actually made it. I read a statement the other day where their focus is not on Kartcraft at the moment. It's actually now on IndyCar. They're bringing out an IndyCar racing game, and all their efforts are going into bringing that out before they've bloody well completed Kartcraft properly. I mean, there's not a proper online lobby where you can all get in it together and have a proper kart race. All it is time trials for like a 20-minute period, and then you have to, you know, reserve your place in the room. And it may well be a long while before that ever happens. So the game's getting neglected because they're probably getting paid more money to deal with this IndyCar game that's coming out. You know, and there's also another Le Mans 24-hour game coming out. So there's loads of driving games in development. The Le Mans 24-hour ones want to keep an eye on. This IndyCar ones want to keep an eye on. I get emails through. I sometimes get half a dozen emails each day through. I can't remember the name of the website. Is it GT something? Because I've subscribed to their email, and I keep getting emails through with various, you know, about patches and updates and developer information about all the different driving games that are coming out, and that's how I keep up to date on those, so I know what's going on. I know that Alaskan Truckers is it's getting near a time where they're thinking about releasing it. That's one that I did a test on it, and that's the one where I asked them to put in the virtual mirrors, and they did it on the test version I had. I don't know whether they'll have it in the completed version. Seemingly Truck Driver 2 America is coming out in September. Now, you talking about like an American truck simulator version of Truck Driver? That again, that's probably going to be aimed at the console market. I bet you. I mean, the truck drives perfectly okay with the Xbox controller, but it's more a sort of arcadey, you know, arcadey style game. It's not a bad game. I mean, it's fine for younger kids, I think, that game. You know, because it's got the cartoony graphics when you're talking to whoever the character is, all of that sort of stuff. That makes it more attractive to keep the young kids busy. But it's, you know, it's never anything like this. They didn't want to try and make a game of the quality like ETS2. They're just trying to grab a chunk of the market. That's all they're trying to do. But there's, I mean, I'll tell you something else. Let me just pause it while I get a drink. I bought and paid for. Did you hear about? Do you know about that Truck Life game? The Chinese game. Have you heard of that one? Truck Life. Because I downloaded it. I didn't download it. Tell a lie. I've bought and paid for it off Steam, and I paid for all the DLCs. So it's a truck driving game. The graphics are very low res because it's made for people with low end computers, and it runs very smooth. I bought that, and it's got a great big chunk of China in it. It's all Chinese. Your GPS guide person talks to you in Chinese. You haven't a clue what she's talking about. Basically, she's telling you you're speeding, and so I had that, and I finally worked out how to do a job, because there's no instructions, there's nothing in English in it, it's not made for this part of the world. and I had it working with the Xbox controller, right? And I was doing jobs. I had bought 2 or 3 trucks. I haven't bought them all, and then I went back to ETS2, and then of course I had major problems with my computer, and so all of that stuff on Steam all got re-downloaded when my computer got hooked back up. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I decided I'm going to try this Truck Life Chinese game again. It's actually got a multiplayer in it, which there's one video on YouTube where the guy tells you how to change the text. You change the language to Chinese to bring up the multiplayer option in it. There's no multiplayer option in the English settings of the game. It's weird, totally weird. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. When my PC got back up and running and I had downloaded the games that I wanted to install on Steam, I thought I'll give this Truck Life game a little go again for a laugh. So got it all started, plugged in the Xbox controller, went into the settings to make sure it was set to controller rather than keyboard and mouse, and started the game. Nothing, absolutely nothing. No functionality with the Xbox controller whatsoever, right? And I thought, oh, it can't be a driver's issue. I thought, I mean, because the Xbox drivers come with Windows. And so I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll plug in my Logitech steering wheel and switch it to steering wheel. It's bound to detect that. Nope. So, yesterday I was driving that Truck Life game with the mouse and keyboard. That's the only way it'll work. For some reason now, it will not function with an Xbox controller. You can't contact support because it's obviously somewhere in far-flung China. All the text that you see on the updates for the game, which there haven't been any until yesterday afternoon, there was one strange update, which I don't know what it's for. But the game will now not function with my Logitech wheel, and it will not recognise the Xbox controller. Why that is, I have no clue. But it's perfectly drivable with a mouse and keyboard, believe it or not. It does work. The only problem is you can't turn your head. You can't turn your head in the cab to look left when you're entering crossing a junction in case you're cutting somebody up. So it's not, there's no enjoyment to be had out of it. But it is a really low quality game. But it's got a huge map on it. A big chunk of mainland China. It's got all of Taiwan on it, and then it's got a big chunk of inland China as well. But I don't honestly think the developers will do much more than that. I think they've done all they want to do in that game by the look of it, but certainly it will not function at all. And I've been hoping that the very slim hope of actually meeting somebody that's got the game and tell me, oh yes, it's not working for me either. Now this is an opportunity to eat up the miles. How much have we got left now? 221 mile. Let's gun it and make the most of this this highway. We're obviously heading to a big town or city or something here, and probably back onto a single road in a minute. Bogota, right? Well, that's the capital of Colombia.
Keep right for the bus, and then exit right.
And no sooner than I said that, we're heading off onto a side street somewhere.
Exit right.
Big Bogota, the big main city in Colombia. Well, I'm hoping that I've got a secret hope that because SCS, the developers of Eurotruck and America Truck, I'm hoping that somewhere down the line they might get the idea that all the map modders who've been making map mods to expand the world map to all sorts of directions. I'm just hoping that they might bring out a world truck simulator, not a Euro truck simulator, not an American truck simulator, a world truck simulator. Now that would then kick things off. Just think about it, if they designed it that way, you could have you could be truck driving in Europe, get on a ferry, get your job that takes you over to the States, cross the United States up into Canada, it then takes you up into Alaska, you know, and then if you go the other way, you could then go right across Europe, right into Russia, right up into Siberia, you know, down south into Africa. You could do all of that in one game. World Truck Simulator. There, I put the idea out there. That would be the next step they could do, other than, you know, completely changing the graphics and the physics or whatever. But it's because it's been so well supported by the modders that it's still going strong the way it is at the moment.
Keep left.
I will keep left, James. I'll do whatever you tell me, as long as it's sensible. What does that say? I missed it. We're down to 208 miles. And what time is it? It's 20 past 2 in the afternoon, so it's going to be sort of early evening or that when we get there, if we just put it to the floor a bit more. Is this a toll? It is. Now, is there an automatic one? Is that an automatic one, or is it a bloody dead end? Oh, nearly flipped the truck there turning. Well, I mean, I've got ATS too, right? And I have to be honest with you, I rarely go to it. I've had various map combos installed with it. I just don't like the American trucks. Simple as that. I just don't like them at all. I think they're big, ugly, and cumbersome. And I always install an American truck mod because I like the flat face trucks. I don't like these things with the big long bonnets on them, and they're ugly. But I say I do not put anywhere near the same amount. I haven't been into American truck this year. It's just sitting there gathering dust on Steam. Something, you know, new has to come out. I'll probably get Oklahoma DLC eventually, but I hardly ever use it unless there's a good map combo out on it. Oh, we're getting a bit of lag here. Well, you're getting lag all the time. You're getting that pulse going through it, the little judder each time. There it goes. Well, I thought we were finished with all the windy roads. Now we've got a dual lane highway with windy roads to slow us down again, just as we're getting to the finishing line. I don't know that it was such a great idea to bring out an American truck simulator. I think they've been far better. In fact, the way it is at the moment, they'd be far better amalgamating the two of them. That would have been the best way to go with the two of those, linking them into one game. Can't see what have we got left. 163 miles. Well, I'll tell you what would bring me back into it is once the one thing that makes American Truck a good game is when the Mexico maps are all together on it. You know that the map's enhanced by all the Mexico maps once they're out and available. It becomes a good map then. But for the other thing, for the most part, what I don't like is that obviously being the United States, you know, most of the major routes in the United States are all like 2 and 3 lane highways, most of them. I find it boring driving in Eurotruck, because I know that if I'm going east I'm going to be going through France, through Germany, on the Autobahn, and that's the boring part. The interesting part's when you get further afield. An American Truck Simulator, the main thing that puts me off is all this motorway driving all the time. I mean, that's obviously what a lot of truck drivers end up doing, but it's boring for me. That's why I enjoy the harsh Russian map so much, because you're certainly not motorway driving in that. Have you got your Eurotruck in developer mode? There's a question, because you need to have that as well, so you can cheat, so you can get yourself out of a hole. And it's not complicated to do that. So you can use the fly cam, like I do. You know, jumping out of the truck and flying over to read a sign or something daft like that. Well, what have we got now? 125 miles, is it? And on a decent bit of road at the moment, which is just about to get twisty. And I don't recall passing anything that said the equator, because I do know that it was a single lane highway that it's on, so we're probably not far enough south to have seen it. Well, if you've, you know, the reason I'm saying that, have you ever had the harsh Russian map installed? You've got to get that installed. You've got to get that working. I mean, there's lots of guys out there have never had that map. Because that's a totally different ball game to this. Totally different. You're going to get your best and worst experience ever driving a harsh Russian map. Anybody who's anybody in Eurotruck has to, at some point in their Eurotruck life, have driven on the harsh Russian map. What the hell's the caravan driver trying to do? He's trying to cut inside when I'm already on the inside. What a numpty. That was nothing to do with me that time. Did you? Aye, well, the 147 version is on one of the Russian download sites. I've obviously I've got a link to the one of the Russian download mod sites, and because that's the only site I've seen it on, and you can download the latest version of it for 147. But that is a challenge and a half driving on that map. It's completely alien and different. You know, everything's in Russian, all the road signs are in Russian, the GP works only in certain areas of the map. For big chunks of it, it doesn't work, and then you've got to sort of use your judgment as to where you're going half the time. And there's lots of bugs in it. The traffic behaviour, trucks parked at the side of the road, if you're tailgating, a truck can fly into another truck and then the truck's bouncing 300 feet in the air. There's loads of things. You've got barriers that don't work at level crossings. You've got trains coming out of the blue blowing you away. You've got all sorts of things to catch you out. It's got more good things in it than bad, that's what I would really say. And of course it's a huge 1-to-1 scale map. It takes you hours to drive in it, especially when you end up going off-road and getting stuck. Oh, the Russian map. Oh, I can give you the link for it. It's not a problem. In fact, I don't know whether I've got the... I don't think... I've got a link. I think it was for the previous version. I think I made a video with the previous version for 146, and I've got an install guide for it. I'm sure I've got that on my YouTube channel, but I think that's for the previous version, not for 147. But it's exactly the same procedure to install it. All you need is the link to the files. Well, we must be about done by now. What time is it? It's just gone 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I said it'd be late afternoon by the time we get there. In fact, it'll definitely be early evening, because we've still got, what, 93 mile to go. This is crawling in. So you've got to keep a few mod sites in your favourites for Eurotruck. I've got three Russian websites, mod sites, on my favourites. That's always handy to have, because I like to keep an eye out for maybe a newer version of one of the Russian off-road trucks, either the Kamaz or the Little Sill, which are all good off-road trucks. Because they'll all, you know, a lot of them will be getting updated once 148 comes out for Eurotruck. And of course the other advice is get onto YouTube and maybe subscribe to a few of the guys that do the map mod. I mean, this map combo that I'm using at the moment, this world global map combo, is a guy called Bogdak, B-O-G-D-A, or at least that's the name of his channel, B-O-G, G for George, D for Dog, A-C, and he does map combos. And so he's got all the links for all the downloads you need, and then he shows you the install order. I mean, it takes you a good couple of hours to not only download the files, but then to unzip them, put them into the mod folder, and then watch his video while you're installing them all. It just takes time to get all the mods installed, all the map mods installed, and then it also then takes like 20 minutes for the map to actually load for the first time usually. Well, we must be getting there by now. We've got, that's the rain stop, which is good. And why we're suddenly slowing down. We've still got 65 mile of our however many thousand miles it was initially to do. It seems never ending. And this stream has lasted at least 4 hours. It feels like 4 hours. So that shows you how much longer I would have been up in the middle of the night trying to finish this. Yeah, and I'll tell you something else about Pro Mods. I always pay the €1 for the download. I always do that, because that way you get it in one file and it downloads a lot quicker, and you're giving them some payment for their efforts. So I've got nothing against that. You can download it all individually, it just takes longer to download it. But again, you've got to look at it from the point of view that it's a free map. It doesn't cost you anything. It only costs you if you want to download it faster. It doesn't cost you a penny. And it's a great addition to Eurotruck. I mean, look how much Pro Mods has expanded. It's now got that Middle East expansion. It's now swallowed up the Great Steppe. It's got the Kazakhstan map included now. It's obviously going to have to change again once the Balkans DLC comes out. They're going to have to modify it for that. So and it'll be a little while before they bring out the new version of Pro Mods. No doubt they may well have their hands on a version of 148. They probably have contact with the developers to actually get their hands on that, to actually adapt their map to it. They'll get it sooner than the likes of you or me. 42 miles to go. Oh, over another big bridge. Oh, can't even see the bottom of that one. Good God, that's scary. And I noticed also, talking of Russian websites, the Eurafrica map by MX Trucker, the French guy, he used to sell that on a one payment basis, and that got you the latest version of it. And because it had been, because somebody had uploaded it to one of the external sites, he now wants you to subscribe to a minimum of 3 months to be able to get that map, so I won't be doing that. But what I did notice is that there's not only is the download, it's on one of the Russian websites, but the fix for the map is on there as well. So somebody's already distributed the latest version of it. That's what happens when you start charging for maps. Same as the harsh Russian map, Goba, the guy who designed that map, he's always charged for it, and it's not cheap. And of course, there's always eventually been sometimes the harsh Russian map goes quiet for a long time until somebody eventually uploads it, but the earliest you'll get it's usually on one of the Russian sites. But even if you wanted to buy the harsh Russian map genuinely off the guy, you have to use Google Translate to talk to him. But you can't do it at the moment because of the sanctions on him. You can't use PayPal to pay him anything. You can't pay him anything to buy the map. But the bootleg version works perfectly okay, and that's the version I've got at the moment. Now we must be looking at a turn off here somewhere. We've got what, 13 miles to go. We're almost home and dry, folks, and it's what, 7:30 at night, and then it'll take me 2 hours to get the truck reversed into position, because I'm the world's worst truck parker in ETS2, especially at night. I thought we've got... How many miles is that we've got to go? Am I reading that wrong? It feels as if we're right knocking on the door of where we're meant to go. It says like 8 miles left. We must be turning off this road. There's no way we're making a delivery at the side of the road. We're here somewhere up ahead. I think we're... I can't even see the location in the GPS yet. Oh, there it is on the right hand side. Up there on the right, I think I can see it flashing. Well, I never thought I'd get there. I still might never get there. I might have a disaster yet. Riki or something it's called. That's the name of the place. Biqui or something. I seem to remember saying that at 8:45 in the morning. Yeah, that's the name of the place. That place there. I remember saying that at 8:45 in the morning a few days ago. I will get there.
Keep right for the bus, and then turn right.
Right. I think he means turn right here then.
Turn right.
Yeah, we're going through the red light. We ain't stopping now. Now where is it?
Turn right.
We're turning right again. We've got to go round the houses to get to the damn place.
Turn right.
Oh dear. I'm looking forward to my dinner because I'm absolutely starving. No miles to go apart from a few hundred yards. Now, is it going to be awkward? Because I've got it on skilled parking. I don't know why I do it. Oh, my backside. It's like sitting in bricks. And of course we've got our last set of red lights. Where are we going? Straight across here? Is that it on the right hand side? Because I don't have much more information in the GPS. Let's zoom in. It's at green. He's going to say, you have arrived at your destination. Well done. Although I did most of the hard work or something, he says.
Ahead. Turn right.
Oh, it's going to be one of these awkward ones. I think I'm going to have to cheat.
Turn right.
Yeah, I think it's round the back. Have I got the high beam on?
You have reached your destination. Well done. Although, frankly, I did all the hard work.
Yes, you certainly did, James. Oh no, it's there. Right, this is going to take about 2 hours game time to get parked. I very, very rarely ever do this first time. Let's have a look out the window. I mean, I can't see anything. I can't see a thing where I'm going here. I cannot see a thing. I can't even see anything. Where the hell is it? I'm way past it already. This is embarrassing. But I could easily just hit enter and get it done with. But I want to get the parking bonus. I want all of my £500,000. But let's not forget to look at not only the. Am I actually turning? I can't see what the trailer's doing. I'm actually turning too far now. But I want to see how much fuel we've consumed. Now, we are too far over this side. I think that's us now. I think that's us. Let's see how we're lined up here. I think that is us. I don't know if the trailer's staying straight or not. They want to put better bloody lighting in these companies, and then we might be able to have an idea where the hell we're going, because I can't see. Now I'm too far over to the right side again. This is hopeless. Now you believe what I say about the worst parker in Eurotruck. No point in sitting in the cab looking in the mirrors because I can't see anything. Is that it this time? I think I'm in the box. I think I'm there. Now we just need to flip in. Surely to Christ, that's it. Have I gone too far? That's it. Right, that'll do. Just wait to see the amount of fuel that's been used in this trip. Oh God. Right, I'm going to shift the wheel out of the way because that's me finished. Let me just shift the wheel. Oh, right. Oh dear. Oh. Right. So let's hit enter and have a laugh at this. 11,091 miles. 396 hours 35 minutes. 2,128.4 gallons of fuel. That's 3 eighths of 24. That's 3 fuel tanks worth at 824 gallons a time of fuel that I've used. And total payment 505,954, and that's 254 minutes I've been doing that trip. So that's over 4 hours again. Now if you add that on to the 12 or 13 hours I did the other day, the 20 minutes that I did earlier on, that's just ridiculous amount of time for that distance. Let's hit continue. Let's hope it doesn't crash. It might crash. Right, so that is where we are. If we go back the way we came all the way up there. I actually had to cross another bridge. I said we were going to do this all on the road, but I had to cross another tiny little bridge on one of the back roads there. And I had to also, the other thing I had to take is another ferry that I wasn't aware of. It was so small in the map you couldn't see it. But I had to take another tiny ferry trip. So that was a hidden road that we went on and got stuck 3 or 4 times because of the low wheelbase of the truck. That is where we came from. Campo Grande, we went through there, remember going through that. Then we all the way down there to cross the bridge back to Portugal. Through Portugal, up into France, keep going up, then across, heading up to Moscow, and then down, and then across and down into Kazakhstan. That's Kazakhstan, or the Great Steppe as it's called, and then down and down on the road to Asia. Seems like a long time ago then we started in Dushanbe, and that is the longest trip I will ever do on Eurotruck, and I will never attempt anything like that again. But it could have been longer. I could have started there. I could have started there if there was any jobs available, and that would have added more mileage onto it. And but I don't think going across to South America, you couldn't go any further down that side of the map without you actually being sent this way to get there, if you know what I mean. Not this way, that way. Because that way, there's a certain cut-off point where the GPS would tell you to come this way rather than going up that way to get to it. But it obviously worked out that this was going to be the quickest way to get there. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'm going to try and stitch these videos together. And I'm going to go and get my dinner. So, take care, and we will see you again soon, but not in anything like this.